Мгм. Раз, два, три, проверка.
Come on, let's find that fate rift.
Раз, два, три,
Look at
проверка.
this. How deep do these caves run?
There's dwarven ruins down here.
Looks like an old outpost. What's it doing here?
This area is more storied than I thought.
By the rift, demons! More coming!
Oh, sods. That should stop any more corpses from strolling about.
Let's tell the mayor.
I don't want to backtrack, but do you know where we're going?
I feel a draft. There must be a way out nearby. The nugs seem to like it down here.
Don't understand your fascination. Someone
И хрен. Горло зажгу. Репорт.
One down!
Your worship.
I've already found the remains.
Blessed Andras, thank you for your I will
I've already found the remains.
Thank you for your I will Nothing. Forza.
Yes,
The rage demon in the caves is dead.
I had no doubts. Now that your reward, use it well.
I seriously can't believe that worked.
The rage demon in the caves is dead.
I had no doubts. Now that your reward, use it well.
I seriously can't believe that worked.
We won't forget the Inquisition helped when no one else would, I promise.
What do you mean the mayor's gone?
We won't forget the Inquisition helped when no one else would, I promise.
What do you mean the mayor's gone?
A letter of confession from the mayor. It says he was the one who flooded Old Crestwood 10 years ago, to stop the blight from spreading.
I knew he was nervous about more than the undead.
That sorry bastard. He left before he could get caught.
The mayor's racked with guilt. If he hadn't confessed, I doubt we'd have found out.
Letter of confession from the mayor. It says he was the one who flooded Old Crestwood 10 years ago, to stop the blight from spreading.
I knew he was nervous about more than the undead.
That sorry bastard. He left before he could get caught.
The mayor's racked with guilt. If he hadn't confessed, I doubt we'd have found out.
Семеро. Я только одного корифея. Где остальные? подозрения. Именно. Я только одного корифея. Я с тобой. Можно ли? Можно ли? Ой.
Lord Inquisitor, Bonnie Sims at your service. I trust good secret was not too coarse. Now that you've come, as master of the tradesman, I stand ready to supply your every need.
Who or what are the tradesmen?
A following of sympathetic and a guild of sorts. Although that implies counter-affiliations, we are not interested in crossing. Our purpose in the Inquisition is legitimate and honorable. You will have what you need.
Segret survived Haven.
About doing good work for you and yours. But it was time arrangements were made. I shall make every effort to prove that this,
What do you bring to the...
what you need, and more. It takes great coordination to make. Well, there is no doubt the boutiques of Valroyo display the. At least, not yet.
Why are you a mere merchant?
I wish to avoid the suggestion that I am a posturing command. It is better to remain active, hands-on. Do you not agree, Inquisitor?
We'll speak...
Certainly.
Ух ты! Ух ты! Oh.
Our mounts have never had better.
This is just... it's something to keep their hands busy. I'm grateful you tracked me down when you did. As exciting as wandering the woodlands was, this is better. It's good to be part of something so important. Something that could change things.
Does this mean we have your full support?
If that's what's important to you, then yes. You've earned my loyalty. You are who you choose to follow. Someone told me that once. Took me years to understand what he meant.
Does this mean we have your full support? And some of us choose not to follow at all.
We can't all be born leaders. It was a chevalier who said those words to me. A powerful man, but never without honor. A true knight. We met as competitors in the Grand Tourney. He left me with that advice before we parted. Put aside his own ambitions to help me win the melee. I don't think I even thanked him.
Choose not to follow at all.
We can't all be born leaders. It was a chevalier who said those words.
What is this Grand Tourney?
You've never heard of it? The Grand Tourney of the Free Marches. It's a spectacle. Song, dance, wine, every amusement you can imagine. But the greatest part is the contest of arms. Prove yourself in the Grand Tourney, and you can make your fortune.
What is this Grand Tourney? How did he help you?
There were 100 men on the field, each one fighting for himself. The knight and I had forged an alliance. It was just the two of us, and we took all comers. The goal, down as many opponents as possible. He always let me deliver the final blow.
So without his help, you would have lost.
Without a doubt. I was young. I had strength and enthusiasm, but no experience. When it was over, he offered to mentor me, to teach me to become a chevalier like him. and I, young and stupid, turned him down flat. I just won the melee at the Grand Tourney. I didn't need him. I should have gone with him. Perhaps things could have been different. When it was over, he offered to mentor me, to teach me to become a chevalier like him. And I, young and...
You're here now, a Grey Warden. It worked out.
I suppose it did, didn't it? But I'm older, hopefully wiser. And I think I've chosen the right person to walk with. I've been meaning to thank you. There are 100 You didn't have to take the time to help me, and yet you did.
The Inquisition must do many things to get...
Of course, you would have considered every angle, every advantage. I've never been more certain of my decision to join you.
There will be opportunities for us to do even more in the future.
Then I look forward to it.
Varric's friend Hawk said there were suspicions of corruption in Grey Warden ranks. Do you know anything about that?
Corruption? What sort of corruption?
Corypheus. He's been known to influence the minds of Wardens.
That could very well explain why so many have disappeared.
If this is true, then all Wardens are in danger. Even you. We'd better find your brothers.
I agree. If Hawk's given you an idea where to start, we should get moving immediately.
How much do you know about Corypheus?
Not much. I always thought the stories of Magister... I didn't expect them to be true, and I certainly didn't expect to find one of them still alive.
Corypheus stopped being human a long time ago. Darkspawn don't have human lifespans, do they?
No, I suppose they don't. They're unnatural and sustained by... It's been thousands of years. You'd think the Wardens would have managed to kill the first Darkspawn by now.
Do you know if there are more Darkspawn like Corypheus?
I don't know. I'm not sure any Warden knows.
Don't the Grey Wardens know everything about Darkspawn?
You don't have to know how a Darkspawn came to be in order to kill it. We're soldiers, not historians. And the world would be better off if people focused on defeating evil rather than explaining how it came to be.
Let's discuss something else. What do you think of the Inquisition?
This Inquisition is everyone's best friend. How Josephine managed to pull that off is beyond me.
You must have some feelings about our friends.
Cole's dangerous, unpredictable. We aren't even sure what he is. Don't know what he might do. I wouldn't turn my back on him.
What do you think of my advisors?
Cullen. He's got the look of a man who's been through too much. He's seen the best and the worst of humanity, and I think he still struggles with where that leaves him. Still, I trust him to watch my back.
We should return to our duties.
As you wish.
All's well?
How are your charges? Well supplied?
Surprisingly well. Not many could feed these people, let alone their mounts. Makes me wonder what you're capable of.
Heard anything worth noting?
I like it.
Are your wife and daughter doing well?
Elena's minding the farms. Sienna's still running her full races. Wouldn't be fair to drag them up here. I miss them. But someone has to save the world.
Farewell.
Make her be with you.
get a title, I get the boot. I see how it is. I mean...
Thanks for my life in Haven. You've all sorts serving now. If that means...
Strangest thing, when I reached down, my dagger was gone. Just gone. Know where I found it? In a barrel. The thing was filled to the brim with daggers. I got the strangest feeling. I know someone took it right off my back.
As leader of the Inquisition, you... There's something I must tell you.
Whatever it is, I'm willing to listen.
Right. Thank you. Lyrium grants Templars our abilities, but it controls us as well. Those cut off suffer. Some go mad, others die. We have secured a reliable source of lyrium for the Templars here. But I no longer take it.
You stopped?
When I joined the Inquisition. It's been months now.
Why are you doing this?
After what happened in Kirkwall, I couldn't. I will not be bound to the Order, or that life any longer. Whatever the suffering, I accept it. But I would not put the Inquisition at risk. I've asked Cassandra to watch me. If my ability to lead is compromised, I will be relieved from duty.
Cassandra takes things as seriously as you do. If she has no problem with this, neither do I.
I thought you had a right to know. The Inquisition's army must always take priority. Should anything happen, I will defer to Cassandra's judgment. Inquisitor?
Is there anything I should know?
Repairs to Skyhold's fortifications are progressing. We are fortunate Solus knew of this place.
That's all for...
Should you...
What can I do for you?
We'll talk later.
Brilliant, isn't it? One moment you're trying to restore order in a world gone mad, then, out of nowhere, an archdemon appears and No, I was just hoping you wouldn't crush our village like an anthill. Sorry about that. Archdemons like to crush, you know. Can't be helped. I suppose a proper introduction is called for, now that we're not running for our lives. Dorian of House Parvus, most recently of the Tevinter Imperium. I was at Redcliffe when the Venatori assumed command of your southern mages. I only wish I could have given more warning.
I appreciate what you tried to do at Haven.
For all the good it did. I had an image in my head of rushing in, saving the day. I always assumed the Elder One behind the Venatori was a Magister. But this is something else completely. In Tevinter, they say the Chantry's tales of Magisters starting the Blight are just that. Tales. But here we are. One of those very Magisters, a dark spawn.
Who does the Imperium say started the Blight?
You know how it is. Not us. They say Darkspawn were always there. Magisters and the Blight aren't even related. Is that a surprise? No one wants to admit they shit the bed. But if Corypheus is one of the Magisters who entered the Black City and he's Darkspawn, what other explanation is there?
We only know what Corypheus claims to be.
True. He might be a convincing liar, or delusional, or insane. But how many delusional maniacs are going to have that knowledge? He broke open the Fade. I knew what I was taught couldn't be the whole truth, but I assumed there had to be a kernel of it, somewhere. But no. It was us all along. We destroyed the world.
Last I checked, the Blights hadn't actually destroyed the world.
Not for lack of trying. If they were more clever, they'd have unleashed something that would really do the job. I have no intention of letting Corypheus win. Not without someone from Tevinter standing against him. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay and help the Inquisition.
What if this is a ruse? The Venatori could have captured you, sent you here.
Rather elaborate, considering they'd need to have assumed you'd escape Haven. But I am the ideal spy. Charming, clever, perfect teeth and hair. It all fits. How about this? Let me help, and you can hang me later, if you wish. I look good in rope.
You'd really fight your own countrymen.
Southerners like to think of the Imperium as nothing but slavers and cultists. Why not? That's all you see. But it's not true. Some Tevinters are not only handsome and well-dressed, but rather put off by all that rot. So, I'll happily kill cultists or anyone who thinks a Darkspawn god is the way of the future.
We can use all the help we can get.
No one will thank me, whatever happens. No one will thank you either. You know that, yes?
That's not why I'm doing this.
I knew there was something clever about you. All I know is this. Corypheus needs to be stopped. Men like him ruined my homeland. I won't stand by and let him ruin the world. Oh, and congratulations on that whole leading the Inquisition thing, by the way. Roderick, that Chantry fellow who led us through the mountain from Haven. You know he died, I assume. Got us as far as the camp, and then that was it.
I'm shocked he helped us instead of running off.
I imagine being attacked by something undeniably evil changes one's perspective a bit. I helped him walk. He talked about you quite a bit. He just needed to be sure you were Andraste's chosen. He was terrified of what it meant, if it were true. But in the end, he believed. He asked me to tell you he was sorry.
Thank you for telling me about that.
I thought it was important. Anyway, we can talk about something else if you'd rather.
I'm curious why you were in Redcliffe in the first place.
Looking up an old mentor of mine. A magister by the name of Alexius. Good fellow. Always thought highly of him. Then one day, he asks me to join the Venatori. I don't know what he was thinking. He knew I wanted to change Tevinter, not regress it into prehistoric madness. The Venatori killed Alexius.
once he stopped being useful.
Seems odd he would get involved with the Venatori at all.
That's what I thought. I'd hoped to persuade him to leave Redcliffe. I suppose he had his reasons. People will do odd things when they're strung over a barrel. Either that, or I didn't really know Alexius at all.
I'd like to ask you about Tevinter.
Ah, yes. Everyone outside the Imperium always seems quite fascinated by it. Probably why they come up with so many ridiculous tales. Flying cows over Minrathous. That's madness. All right, that one's actually true, but the cows didn't have wings. I digress. Anything in particular you wanted to know?
Corypheus is a figure out of Tevinter history. He was a magister.
Yes, but that was a different time. The Imperium's power was at its peak then. The Civil War had ended. The Magisterium was united, its armies scooping up bits of Theos like candy. The Magisters who entered the Black City. It was a demonstration of how exceptional Tevinter had become.
But who were they?
No one knows. There's no record of a Magister named Corypheus. All this happened 1400 years ago, before the Blight nearly wiped us out. There are no records. Today, people half believe it's all just a story. That's what I believed.
We have evidence the story is very much real.
But not who Corypheus is. If he even remembers. There used to be families who claimed some of those Magisters as their own. That stopped when the Chantry appeared. Then it was shameful, and the families distanced themselves from the tale. All we know is that some men and women entered the Black City looking for the old gods. What did they find? According to Corypheus, nothing. And only he could tell us more.
Just how often is blood...
Oh.
Not at all.
That's what any Magister would tell you. Of course, what people call blood magic here, and what we consider blood magic are two different things.
What's considered
Blood magic isn't inherently dangerous. The problem is that what's permitted only gets you so much power. And what if you need... That's where we get into sacrifices, and behind closed doors, it's a different story. It's safe to assume that any mage of rank does it. The rest are quietly shut out of power, to put it blunt.
You'd think the Templar...
I imagine they did. Once, their investigations might have been sincere. Nowadays, only the friendless are accused. Most of them probably innocent.
There must be some...
Of course. Occasionally, there'll be a Magister who makes noise, and then the reform... Meanwhile, that Magister will be quietly shunned. Chances are, surprise, it's learned. Most learn to keep quiet. Me? I enjoy the allure of
Anyone who talks about the Imperium...
Ah.
And?
Not personally, but my family does and treats them well. Honestly, back home it's... how it is. Slaves are everywhere. You don't question it. I'm not even certain many slaves do.
Well, we don't have...
In the south, you have alienages, slums, both human and elf. Back home, a poor man can sell himself. As a slave, he could have a position. Some slaves are treated poorly, it's true. But do you honestly think inescapable poverty is better?
Is that what you call it?
Abuse heaped upon those without... I don't know what it's like to be a slave, true. But I suspect you don't know either. Nor should you believe that every tale of Tevinter excess is the norm. I find it strange that you're... Actually, the fiction... The Magisterium rules. That Magisters are all mages is considered a convenient technicality. The upper house of the Imperial Senate. Those seats are split among the circles of Magi, the It's odd that outside the Imperium, you use Magister like it applies to every Tevinter mage.
If you're not a Magister, then what are you...
I'm an Altus, which is almost as good as a Magister. Depending on who.
I've never heard of an...
Upper class. Those families who trace descent from the Dreamers, the first prophet. If you're a mage and you're not Altus, then... If you're not a mage at all, you're Soperati. That's everyone else. We do love our fancy words.
I thought the Archon...
Well, yes. Technically, he can over... Even so, he gets to appoint new Magisters, which... Thus, the Archon gets invited to all the parties. The truest path to Tevinter influence, let me tell you.
If it's a fiction, that means Major...
Yes, let me put it this way. Mages do rule, but if you're not from the right family, chances are you don't rule anything. The idea that anyone could be a mage, however, keeps the masses placated.
Can anyone?
Technically, the potential... More importantly, commoners believe it can. So they hold out hope. Someday, my poor sods don't realize that means he'll be a quaestor at the arse end of the 100 Pillars. At best.
Being a quaestor is...
I imagine the average... Counting numbers and shuffling papers all... If you're a second-class citizen among a pack of piranha, however, your outlook changes.
Let me ask you...
Of course.
There's an Imperial Chantry, isn't there?
You people aren't supposed to talk about the Black Divine, are you? If you mention him outside the Imperium, people make that face. But yes, we do have the Chantry, or a version of it. Night and day comparing it to yours.
Is the Imperial Chantry...
Not in theory. The main difference is in the whole... Back home, ruling the unwashed masses, perhaps it started with good intentions, but these days it's academic.
There are circles of...
We don't have dismal little mage prisons. We have Templars as well, but they don't cancel... They watch for abuse of magic, yes, but only the... Mostly they enforce the Magisterium's edicts. The Chantry smiles and nods from the sidelines.
Do you really call him...
In the Imperium, he's the true divine. It all stems from a disagreement over Andraste. Marvelous, isn't it?
Why would they disagree?
It's not my field of expertise, but down south they say, no, she's the bride of the Maker. We feel better believing Andraste was one of us. So we elected a man as divine, the South declared war, and we've been feuding cousins ever since.
So the Imperial...
All the better to distinguish. Don't think there aren't a number of female magisters who bristle at that. Same reason you never see a man on the sunburst throne. Because that's how it's always been.
Do you consider your...
It might surprise you that I do consider myself... It is a relic, whether back home or here in the south. It's not an opinion that makes me popular.
I share your opinion.
That's not surprising. I'll say this.
In me?
That the Maker sent you, whether through Andraste or fate. You are what we needed most at the moment we needed it. That's what they will say in age.
You don't seem like the religious...
If you define religious as sitting in a chantry, if you define it as believing in the possibility that something large... The world is bigger than I. The Maker doesn't need me to believe. But I do.
Let me ask you...
So many questions.
I'm wondering if the Imperium would...
I'd think you'd be more concerned with... They won't, of course. At least, not officially. They'll secretly. Many Magisters will rejoice at the idea. And if the South...
It would be in the Imperium's best in...
I think the Imperium gave... We've been fighting the Qunari for what? 200 years off and on? They'll sneer at the South behind their silk handkerchief. Let's not forget that the Inquisition seems to be an arm of the Orlesian Chantry. Anathema so far.
We're not part of the Chantry.
You think that matters? The Herald of Andraste. Your very title smacks. I think they're far more frightened what you'll do if you succeed. Fair enough.
It occurs to me that I...
Beyond my being a...
Beyond that?
And beyond my being so charming and well-dressed, which is obvious to anyone.
I'm well aware of your finer qualities, believe me.
Now, I am the scion of House Parvis, a product of... Naturally, I despised it all. That's Tevinter in a nutshell, isn't it? Needless to say, my family was not happy with my choices.
What do you mean by generation?
The great families of Tevinter don't have children. My mother was chosen for my father because magic runs strong. They wanted a son who could become Archon to... They got me. A cautionary tale that you should be careful what you wish for.
Why would your family be up?
Because I rejected their... If they had their way, by now I'd be married to some unlucky girl from a... We'd live in luxurious despair, despising it. I declined the honor, and thus it's best I'm far from home.
I'm getting the impression that you don't...
On the contrary, I care for my homeland. Sadly, we squander it. We pretend the Canary can... Not everyone feels that way. I don't. Sadly, with am I not?
It just seems...
It might sound that way. For all our... We are laden with history and culture. We treasure our past and preserve it. And despite appearances, we care. If I truly believed my homeland was beyond all hope, I would...
Why remain with the Inquisition?
I'm not exact... Not that it matters. I'm quite accustomed to being a... I can do more for Tevinter here. If the... I'm sure some magisters would disagree. But that's why we can...
I think I've heard...
That's too bad. I never tire of talking...
I should go.
Naturally. Did you know we're actually related, Inquisitor?
Related?
Oh, not first cousins or anything like that. You're a Trevelyan, however, and perhaps he was even the one who ventured to Ostwick to establish the branch. We are talking long ago, of course.
You know that off the top of...
Not the top. Bloodlines are serious business in Tevinter. I heard your family mentioned, and I had to go... I knew there was a reason we looked so much alike. Indeed.
I just...
Oh, pish. You go back far enough. 90% of Thedas has Tevinter.
I should go.
As you wish. Always with the questions. What will people say?
I should go.
Try.
Yes?
I wanted to ask you about the circle.
Of course. What do you wish to know?
If the circle disbanded, how can you still believe...
The circle is an idea, my dear. Many of the first rather than dissolving it, Grand Enchanter Fiona's vote split the circle in two. The rebels follow.
If you lead all the loyalists...
Grand Enchanters are elected, and since they're I could name myself Grand Enchanter, but the title holds no meaning now. When the circles are restored, that will change.
What was it like to...
My dear, your question is the... I cannot tell you. Every circle was different, and every person within each... Some people suffered. The same is true of people everywhere, in all circumstances, whether they are mages or not.
So tell me about your...
I enjoyed life in the Mont Simard, and mages need the company of other mages. No one else can truly understand the challenge.
You must have been under constant supervision, being forced...
My dear, I have a suite in the palace. Most circles allowed mages. All that was required... Some circles were harsher in their restrictions. Perhaps too permissive, in retrospect.
How did we come to this?
A failure of perspective. Mages lived solely in a world of Templars and mages. Kirkwall gave the world a reason to remember its... Across Thedas, a new tangible fear of magic. But the malcontents in the towers thought nothing of this. When a mage attempted to assassinate Divine Justinia, again, the leadership chose to vote on independence based on the... sparing no thought to the fact that magic was more feared and... So long as they had their freedom, they could care little for riots, angry mobs, or about pitting mages against each other.
Are you familiar with...
We've met. Before her horrendously ill-timed and selfish vote, in her dotage, she could not handle looking up. We would have done better to replace her years ago, to let her spend time gardening.
Did they have cause?
In the aftermath of their terrorist attacks? By all means protest abuses by the Templars. Just don't do it in a way. By voting when they did. My colleagues all but... A war in which we are outnumbered 100 to 1.
I thought the fighting was only between mages.
The vote for independence was carried by only a small those who opposed a rash declaration of war by breaking from the Chantry when they did. Anyone who did not wish to support terrorism and the slaughter of innocents was forced to take arms against the rebels. Yes?
I'd like to know more about you, Madame Vivienne.
Whatever would you like to know?
Your accent's not all...
I am from the Circle, my dear. But if you must know, I was born in White. I was sent to the Ostwick Circle, but I transferred to Monsignor while still an apprentice.
I'm curious how a circle...
Nobody winds up at court, my dear. I caught the eye of Duke Bastien de Ghislaine. When the position of Enchanter to the Imperial Court became vacant, I was able to secure it.
You're married to the Duke...
Of course not, my dear. Marriage is the business of alliance and inheritance. I'm Bastien's mistress.
And what does the Duchess de Ghislaine...
We got along quite well. Duchess Nicolina. She passed away from a fever a few years ago, the poor dear.
What duties does...
I am tasked... Most of my predecessors restricted this to... In such troubled times as these, however, I provide political advice to Her Majesty on the subject of the...
Do you think that you and I might...
How very sweet of you to ask. Yes?
I wanted to ask you about the Circle.
Of course. What do you wish to know?
You must have an opinion of the
Having opinions about I have known some who were I have suffered insults at the hands... Personally, I have found the Templars a useful tool. Yes?
Is there anything I can do to help your...
After the Circles fell, 1,000 years of record... I've received news that some tomes have been located, if you are interested in writing.
I'll look into it.
If you can take care of... Yes?
Do you think that you and I might...
You and I?
Greetings to you, Inquisitor. I am to serve as a... You'll find my skills are exceptional. I hope they prove useful.
You're taking over the...
Yes. She said she was needed elsewhere and...
What is she doing?
I wasn't told.
You were made
Yes, I am tranquil. It was necessary. I remember that being a difficult time, but I cannot remember why. My skills are...
How can you...
I am to aid in the research of...
What makes you...
I remember being fond of animals. I don't remember why.
What is your evaluation?
Adequate. Based on a partial improvement to Skyhold.
As you...
Yes. A request has been made of you, Inquisitor. Here it is.
What is your evaluation of how...
Adequate. Based on a partial improvement to
As you were.
Yes. I'm sorry.
So am I.
Inquisitor? I was not expecting a visit. But as dear Josephine says, it's never too late to make a friend.
I hope I'm not disrupting anything.
The commander was just delivering. You must blame me for this.
We all saw who attacked us. We know exactly who to blame.
I keep wondering if I could have done something different. When the first of my lookouts went missing, if they'd stayed in the field, I was afraid to lose my agents. And instead, we lost Haven.
You look out for your people.
Is it? My people know their duty. They understand that the Inquisition may call upon them to give their lives.
Our people aren't tools to be used and discarded. Your instinct...
Can we afford such sentimentality?
We are better than Griff.
Our agents have encountered more followers of Corypheus. Their leader, Calpurnia, has them... I propose we stop the Venatori before they find what they seek.
Do you know anything about...
Only that Calpurnia is a name from ancient Tevinter. She was a priestess of Dumat. A name like that is meant to assure the Venatori they follow in the footsteps of legends. We must prove them wrong.
What strategy do you...
A subtle approach. These Venatori have been shadowing him. They've investigated his finance. I propose that you meet with Vicinius. Flatter him. Find out what he knows of Calpurnia.
Vicinius sounds like a Tevinter name. What side of the bed?
He's unremarkable. I cannot think why Calpurnia would care.
What if Vicinius is...
It never hurts to eliminate an avenue of inquiry. They have contacts and spies, just as we do. The sooner you speak with Vicinius, the better.
We need him to open up about these blood...
Vicinius could be a useful ally. I'll make arrangements for you to... Hopefully, your attention should be enough to pique his interest. Reports of fade rifts and demons keep coming. The only thing that will calm their fears now, you have to be that someone. Seal them. Your legend will spread, and Thedas will learn to trust the Inquisition.
The Divine's death hit you hard.
Oh, you are referring... She was a good friend. But thank you for asking. It is appreciated.
Anything I should...
It seems that the Orlesian army... Some of the generals are sympathetic to our cause. Our actions are under a great deal of scrutiny.
They called you the left hand...
That they did? What of it?
I'd like to hear about Justinia.
A friend. A mentor. It made her human. I think her followers responded to that.
Was there something more than friendship?
You're asking if we were lovers? Love is common. Love is simple. She was a sister. So to answer your question, yes, it was more than friendship.
How did you just...
I met her a long time ago. When I met her, she was Mother Dorothea. No, wait. She hates it when I say that. I say...
We'll talk more.
It seems Blackwall knows nothing about the disappearance of the Great. I am, however, glad that he seems to be a good man, and his experience... As for the other wardens, I suppose we will have to keep looking.
Let's talk about...
Me?
Bards tell tales.
There are plenty of tales in the library. Perhaps you should look for them there.
What did you do before you worked?
I trained to be a spy from a... For a while, I was wildly happy. I loved the threat. I went into hiding, and when... She presented me with my own network of spies, and said I was the only one she could trust.
You seem to know a great...
I have made friends, and on occasion enemies. It's unavoidable.
You have a history with the Warden who ended the Blight.
I had the privilege of calling her friend. The world seemed much duller after that. It still does. I met her a long time ago. But I just returned to Val Rayo, and she was the The ball was... alright. We've been friends ever since.
What do you consider?
It's not a real party until someone's and that's all I'm saying about it.
We can continue.
You know what? The Templars will be an asset to this Inquisition. It's a shame we couldn't also get the mages on our side.
They called you the left...
That they did? What of it?
What is the point?
Justinia would have started the Inquisition. She hoped that with enough support, she wanted the Chantry to treat the mages. The Chantry has committed many injustices. It's just a thought. None of this will be possible if we fail.
I'll try not to break.
That's good to hear.
I could use the left hand.
Every agent out in the world is my... Coming with you, leaving my post, would blind and bound me. Do you see?
What exactly does the...
A divine always has enemies. And I watched, had an ear to every door. I identified threats, and I dealt with them.
Why did Justinia have...
There were many who felt she was unfit to be... Unlike many, she wasn't given to the Chantry as a child. And because they thought she was unworthy, they wished her harm.
So you were her spy master?
I handled difficult situations that couldn't be resolved through more delicate...
We'll talk more.
At your service, my lord.
Anything I should know?
I've agents stationed by the ruins of Haven, should Corypheus or... So far nothing, and the breach has been quiet for some time. There is something at least.
I'll leave you.
Someone emptied a whole bag of turnips into the fire.
Honored, Inquisitor. Godsey Sturhall. Did my part on the... Don't know it's worth to the fight, exactly, but it's good workmanship.
Any ideas about the
To Vinter, early. It's in the tomb. Oh, I suppose the scene is...
The 100...
damnedest things. Massive spires that aren't stone. It's like a mortar.
Where did you learn your...
Orzammar. And before you ask, yes, I chose to... Couldn't stand looking at it. The memory of a dwarf, right? Tell you what, you Who better, right? A good dwarven perspective. Best of the... Stone met, Inquisitor.
Do you have
Tell you what, who better, right?
Enough...
Bet...
Need something?
I want to know more about Red Lyric.
I'll tell you what I can.
What could the Templars want?
In Kirkwall, just having the lyrium up before it turned her in. Maybe they thought the power was worth it, or maybe they didn't know the consequences. Yeah. Need something?
I want to know more about red.
I'll tell you what I can.
I've seen it infect people like a disease and...
That's a good... To tell the truth, we don't really know what that shit can do to a person.
I think that's...
Need something?
What can you tell me about this?
I'm not exactly an expert, but ask away and I'll answer what I can.
He looks like some...
The wardens who in prison... But you heard him ranting. It seems crazy, but if he's telling the truth, he's one of the people who caused the blights.
How did you first...
A few years back, they were sending assassins after the Hawk. It turned out to be a trap. Once the whole thing was a prison the Grey Wardens were using to hold what they thought was a powerful Darkspawn.
I've never heard of wardens locking up Darkspawn.
I don't think they could. From what we saw in there, Corypheus can control... The Wardens locked him up because there was nothing else they could do.
You and Hawk both...
He was dead. The only way for us to escape the prison... We weren't going to just leave the door to his prison open behind us and hope he was...
All right,
No problem. Need something?
Can I ask you something, Varric?
You want to talk about me? I'm flattered. Also inclined.
Thanks, Varric.
No problem.
Do in a place like this?
Inquisitor.
I'll be back later.
Impressive, is it not? Fit for a leader. It is where the Inquisition will sit in judgment. Where you will sit in judgment. Those who have done wrong. All this presumes they have survived their initial encounter with you, of course.
Will we be taking head?
Goodness, no! If such an option... The Inquisition's sovereignty is derived from the allies who... Justice has many tools. If their application is clever, execution...
Is there anyone I should...
Take the throne when you're ready. This was a surprise. After you return from the bogs, we discovered this man attacking the building with a goat. Chief Movran the Under. He feels slighted by the killing of his Avar tribesmen, who repeatedly attacked you first. What should we do with him? Where should he go?
You answered the death of your clan with a goat.
A courtroom? Unnecessary. You killed my idiot son.
Don't look at me.
No foul. He meant to murder Tevinters, but got feisty. Do as you've earned, Inquisitor. My clan yields. My remaining boys have brains still in their heads.
It seems our conflict was accidental, Chief Movran, but it can't be repeated.
My...
Knight Captain Denham, Inquisitor. He awaits judgment for serving the Lord's... I knew some of the knights who died there. The Envy Demon perhaps fooled the Knight Captain, but following his superior's orders nearly destroyed the Templars.
I hope the Knight Captain is lucid enough to understand what he's done.
I only did as I was told.
Knowingly or not, you condemned your brothers and sisters to death.
You would have done the same if you hadn't abandoned the Order. I served faithfully. It went red after what the Lord Seeker told me to do.
I didn't suffer at your hands. That was your knights in the Templar Order. Let the remaining Templars judge the man who failed them.
The penalty will be death. They can't. Not after what I've seen.
They've certainly spared no expense.
Inquisitor, I was just inspecting our foundation cracks, nesting animals. The staff must make it presentable if we're to receive any visitors of distinction.
Certainly wouldn't do for the Inquisition.
We've only just now convinced the Templars came far to fight with us. They need to feel secure here.
Do you not feel safe here?
I've had... Do you know who first leapt to arms? Corypheus simply cut them down. So much screaming after that first blast of fire. So many people turned to ash.
We lost far too many.
I'm sure. Well, before I will now bring diplomatic issues to your attention, and I'm more than happy to help with any situations that arise.
I'm loath to part from such pleasant company.
Oh, well, a tour?
That isn't...
Well, do let me know if you change your mind. Inquisitor, is it true? Is the mark on your hand magic cast by Corypheus?
Corypheus claimed it's a...
I wanted to think it was a blessing. How credulous of me.
Perhaps the Maker set these events in motion so long ago.
It would be fitting. Does it hurt? The anchor, that is.
Only when I laugh.
Very... A situation requires your attention, Inquisitor. Noble Chantry loyalists in the city of Jadar, they're unusually organized. I recommend we send people to Jadar to deal with the matter.
Will anyone even believe me if I claim...
Perhaps if they learn about your heroics. We should emphasize, even in Jadar, it may win you a few admirers.
What does the nobility gain by...
A scapegoat to begin with, but those immediately eligible to be they may look upon you as a rival for influence.
Let's send some ambassadors to convince Jada I'm not...
Excellent. I believe that... Greetings.
What do the people make of us?
We've gathered many favors among the nobility. They will be gently reminded of this.
Any visiting dignitaries?
You may see the Countess Lutetia in the halls. A lovely woman. She's the patron of Orlay's greatest naturalists.
That doesn't sound unusual.
She goes into great detail about preserving them. Greetings.
What do the people make of us?
We've gathered many favors among the nobility. They will be gently reminded of this.
Any thoughts on the...
Who did you mean?
Cole.
Who? Oh, what? How strange. I'm sure we must have talked, yet I can't recall what we discussed.
You must have an opinion.
Who hasn't? The man could cause a scene standing... Still, I do believe he has your best interest at heart. For all that he delights in mocking them from time to time.
The Iron Bull has had to...
He is a loud, unapologetic accident. I do wish he'd stop daring poor dignitaries to outdrink him.
Let's speak later.
Farewell. What may I do for you?
What exactly does your job entail?
I meet with ambassadors from various... We are a young cause. Diplomacy is essential to our credibility.
And you speak for the Inquisition with these nobles?
As well as prevent controversy as news of us spreads.
How heavily are our...
Make no mistake. Many are willing to pledge support. I intend to see that they are.
Why did you join?
I'd been considering leaving my post in Antigua. There's such a... It's to everyone's benefit if we prevent the Mage-Templar conflict.
So was it the prospect of...
The full impact of the Mage Rebellion has... The violence must be curbed before we see it turn to full-scale war.
I can only imagine the bloodshed.
I'm afraid history holds many examples of what will happen if it does.
How do you and Lily...
We moved through... I believe we actually met in Val Royeaux. Leliana was quite an accomplished...
What exactly do you...
Forgive me. The game. It's a rather light-hearted name for the matter, but our legions are fond of...
What do the people...
We've gathered many favors among the nobility. They will be gently reminded.
Let's speak...
Another... What may I do for you?
Let's speak later.
I have something for you, Commander. The soldiers the Herald rescued from the Fallermire arrived an hour ago.
Thank the Maker. We need good news.
what we have.
Inquisitor?
Inquisitor.
Inquisitor! Imagine the frothing of the... I, of course, am Lord Chancellor de Lee. I shall make you a champion.
You can make me a champion. That seems hollow.
Champion is about being a leader while... There are formalities, of course. Procedures, pish and talk. Once you set and have your standard, you shall command like you were born to it. And of course you were.
There's always a cost.
Ah, the dark future of all who live, but if you needed a patron, I'd say be certain you choose one. But you are your own authority. You all... So dangers of the future when you retire as favorite of the people. It's good to be champion.
You mean a literal...
Colors. Something for you to raid. You could cut a square and claim a mere flat. It's a final step. Symbolic. No drowning in gold to gain its strength.
Is it similar to a knight, or...
We share a way of the field. Chevaliers are generally pricks in my experience. You want to be their champion. Of course you are. You already have. Mere formality. There's a process. A few shows of ability. Just remember. Do not delay glory, Inquisitor. You also delay the glory of those you inspire. Set your standard. Champion awaits. You already have...
Herald, I hear you wish training so you don't embarrass those... I'm summoned to offer instruction in the physical...
So what?
So... Our time is brief, Herald. I trust you are serious.
My general has not given glowing...
Yet here you are. Do you search for higher meaning behind such... The order. Faith is... I teach how to deny magics, not fight. You will construct a filter. You will suffer its effects, and you will be... How you endure will be your own affair.
This filter.
It is a simple box, or an ornate one. It has simple... You will use it to prepare the daily draft of lyric. No one else can do this for you. Soon you won't know you're doing it. It will be a part of you.
What is it that I know what my general is...
Inside you, there is something you don't know you... You will feel empowered. It is joyous. You have never felt this. The Order fights it with brotherhood. I don't know what a herald has.
All right, tell me what the benefit...
Magic was meant to serve man. This is ensured through the muscle, and we deny the mage his magic. We deny the demon the benefits. Herald, the benefit is control.
I was meant for this.
Believe that.
It's a direct blend.
Do you feel it in your bones every second? That's what's...
Very well, sir.
They all say that. Here. Know that this is merely an introduction. The step... If you do not pray, Inquisitor, I recommend...
Let's look at you. Right, you'll survive it. Maybe. I'm a breaker. My name is Thram. The Inquisitor wants to be a reaver.
Your title is Breaker.
It's a name. It serves. You will become... This is not a road for those who worry about what others think. You've battles to win. If you give a toss about opinion, you can write your own... Let's not waste time. You've dragons to conquer, infusions to make, and blood to drink.
What do you mean by blood?
I meant what I said, and it was meant to stop you cold. Blood is life. Life is power. It's that... All others can debate it in the next world.
Dragons are invoked.
Dragons are the heart of it. The beating heart. We become a conduit to power. But we're not mages. They're a slave to the blade. Your blade.
What will this allow?
Win. Not just... The withering of your enemies will empower. The more they think they prevail, the more you bleed, the more you triumph. You wish to inspire? Inspire terror.
seems like there's a lot of...
There's no risk, there's a promise. There is no retirement from this life. But unlike the you'll die when you fail. Until then, glory. Very well. There is instruction. I look forward to what you become.
You know what is needed, Herald. You will construct a filter. You will... How you endure will be your own affair.
Very well, sir. I'm ready to learn.
You have the task. Get to it. You know what is needed, Herald. How you endure will be your own affair.
Very...
You have...
Inquisitor?
The Arcanist has arrived.
You should see for yourself.
Hello there. Well, don't just stand there slack-jawed. Let's figure out what you need.
You're the magical advisor.
You're him. The Inquisitor. I'm Dagna. Arcanist Dagna. It's an honor. Is that it? Reach was pretty
welcome you to the Inquisition and look forward to your contribution.
Me too. I've heard some impossible things. I've looked at Harris devices. The precision is fantastic, but... No disrespect meant to the classical trades, but I've made adjustments. As long as I keep making them, you can craft just about anything. Almost safely.
You seemed impressed by the anchor.
I heard what everyone says what you heard Carithia say. To me, it says key. But keys do a lot of things. It sounds like Carithia's made it to open. But it looks like you. It sure is pretty. Wish I could see through it.
What is it you do?
I was born to the Forge. That's literal in the Smithcast. So they... But you've a man for that already. And a good one. I'm magical study, magical theory, magical enchantment. I studied it all with an objective eye. No secrets, no fears. That lets me apply maybe one other, but I don't have that wonky of a mind, so I still kind of win.
What's the story with
Lyrium is the heart. In certain rational patterns. So, a mage can make your weapons do things, but with the right group, it's the one thing mages can't do. Dwarves are resistant, so it doesn't affect us. Mostly.
You have the ability to make exceptional weapons.
There's an art to the Forge, as well as enchanting. You needed nothing bad to say about Herod on that front. With the right bits, an edge can be more than an edge. In short, smithing can be more. In short.
Another time.
Of course. Bring me what you want. Well, how are you?
Where does a dwarf go to study magical theory?
Get out. I asked myself that question for years. I had to fight to do it. I swept floors and libraries, traded rooms for tomes. If there's something to know about magic, I'll find it. No matter what they say.
You were quick to join the Inquisition.
How could I waste a chance to get close to you? And Carithius? My good... Also, dwarves? We don't dream. So there's that, and all the things you'll probably find. Plus, you're paying me a lot. Like, wow, so much.
What qualifies you?
I took the title because I'm a magical researcher, I can't actually do magic because I'm a dwarf. It means that every skill I have, coming from the Smithcast, I know the value of mastering a craft. Did you know dwarves invented enchanting?
Dagna, show me what you...
Do you want fire? The first ask is all. Here's how it goes. Bring me the rare stuff for enchanting or mastering. Except it's not. It's manipulation of primal forces. They'll all see. What can I do for you?
I'll see you later, Dagna.
I can't wait.
I'll see you later, Dagna.
I can't wait.
Anything you need?
Any thoughts about our new tenant?
No offense. It needed work.
And fine work she's done to it. And for you. She has an edge, though. Mind it.
I'll be back.
I'll be...
ready to answer the great mysteries. It'll be wonderful.
Dagna, show me what...
Here's how it goes. Bring me... Except it's not...
Anything you need?
I'll be back later.
What may I do for you?
What do the people...
We've gathered many favors among the nobility. They will be...
Any visit?
Lady Drummond promised a visit.
What are her poli...
Oh, no, she made...
Fertile ground, even here. This hold has everything.
Inquisitor, Elan Vemal. I intend to carry on the work of my esteemed colleague, Adan. He thought highly of you. You will be missed.
I look forward to work.
And are you? I wasn't... All the mundane needs of Sky... I'm here to serve... Your worship?
Where did you receive your training?
I studied with Adan after... Our College of Associates. They are all as good as another, truth be told. My skills and contacts are better.
What is your evaluation?
We are well supplied, and I foresee only better to come. They are helping now. They are not, shall we say, prone to take the field.
I take it you're a city.
It's not a useful identifier. Perhaps that wasn't immediate. I have skill enough to be evaluated by what I can do.
As you were.
Of course. Your worship?
As you were.
Your worship. Watch that tip, Morris.
Ah, Inquisitor. The Maker has put you on a difficult path. I pray you walk it safely.
I remember our talk out there, before we found Skyhold.
The Inquisitor could never have been Cassandra. We are too political, But I did not make you stand against Corus. Only you could be the Inquisitor. I only pray the power of the Inquisition is enough.
If the power of the Inquisition isn't enough...
It may seem overwhelming now, but you have already... The Maker has chosen... You have the faith and support. Now, was there anything else?
Can you tell me anything?
I know nothing of the man personally. No matter their power, their triumphs, then a voice whispered within the... You are the lords of the earth. Go forth to claim...
That was one of the old gods speak...
Yes. Dumat, as I understand it. All their power and all their vanity they turned against the veil, until at last...
That sounds like what happened.
Very similar, Inquisitor. Beneath their feet, the foot... But when they took a single step to... shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth. The chant of light. And so is the golden city black. Marvel at perfection, for it is fleeting. You have...
Corypheus seems so certain that he heard no...
Bitterness, perhaps? Violently were they cast down, bearing the mark of their crime.
Could it be related to the mark?
I cannot say. Perhaps it was always taught that the mark... Bodies so maimed and distorted. That is all I know of your adversary, Inquisitor. The chant of light is the work of mankind. Listeners may have misheard one of Andraste's... And how many verses? Still. Herald of Andraste.
Can you tell me how our people are doing?
What would you like to know?
How are our...
Still in shock. You saved many, but still lives. For all that, though, more people... Your Inquisition is growing. I pray you use it wisely.
Do you have information?
The refugees in the hinterlands are desperate. With the rift near Crestwood Sea, people are vanishing in... More than that, I cannot say. It is a chaotic...
Farewell.
Be... Thank you for Haven and your efforts at...
arrange what we discussed earlier, Ambassador?
I found the money. The Inquisition will compensate the families of those we lost at Haven.
Thank you.
Inquisitor.
Inquisitor.
Good day to you.
What do the people make of us?
We've gathered many favors among the nobility. They will be gently reminded.
Let's speak.
Good. Mayor Gregory Dedrick of Crestwood is present for He confesses that, 10 years ago, he flooded all... The mayor claims it was to spare the rest of Crestwood, but we only have his word.
If the mayor has anything to say in his defense, let him speak.
There's no cure for the blight. But I couldn't convince anyone to leave a sick child or husband behind.
So you herded the infected into one place and flooded Old Crestwood. Were no innocents caught in the waters?
Nearly everyone in the village had the blight. I swear it. Have mercy. I couldn't tell the survivors I'd drowned their own families to save them. I couldn't.
You committed murder on Ferelden's soil. Let them deal with your punishment. Send him to Denerim. He can live the rest of his life behind their bars.
In prison? Maker. I should have drowned with them.
city has agreed to send us 6 guardsmen.
Not raw recruits. With luck, they'll know which end to grip a sword by.
Committed
bachelor,
I to help with these,
Shame.
whatever they are.
I know.
A way with words, too.
Shame.
Inquisitor. Goodbye.
Lots of standards. That'll guide the dragon right in.
Scout Harding,
Your worship,
what's been going...
Sister Liliana glanced at me today. I think she's gonna have me killed.
Shouldn't you be out there?
In a bit. We're in Skyhold for supply. Not me, though. Indispensable.
So,
Me? When the Inquisition came through my village, then I signed on. Wanted to see the world before it was swallowed up by... that thing out there. Ambassador Montilier sent me a basket of flowers. She's so lovely.
I have to...
Someone left sliced plums on the windowsill again. The juice is attracting flies. There are spiders everywhere. The plums were right in front of me, but I can't quite quite recall who took them.
I'll ask around again tomorrow. Let me know if you find it. And how much did you need?
Once we sat in our kingdom with
rumor.
and pride. Once we ran the fields with strife.
Inquisitor. That's got a good... We're happy to be here, Your Worship. You need anything, let me know.
Iron Bull said the charge...
I suspect Haven's quiet. Might be worth sending the boys back. We could even pick up any stragglers who haven't found Skyhold yet.
I'd like to know more.
The Chief. I never thought I'd work for a Canary, but he's not like any commander I've ever worked for. That's for damn sure.
How did it event?
I wasn't a soldier at the time. A Tribune and his men caught me in a border town tavern. Bull killed them. Gave up his eye doing it. Patched me up. I've been putting up with his jokes ever since.
Is it strange to...
He hasn't tried to convert us to the Q, anything. Bull's charges don't care who you light a candle. If he hadn't told me he was Ben Hasrath, I'd have thought he'd left that life behind.
How's Iron Bull...
If you know what you're doing and hold up your end. If he keeps us alive, he leads from the front, and if you've an idea that'll win the fight, he lists. I've seen bands whose captains had to prove they were swinging the biggest. The charges might give him more lip than you'd expect, but every one of us would lay down our lives for the big ass.
We'll talk...
Inquisitor?
Can we talk about the Bull's charge?
Best company you'll find. In my time with the Chief, we're expensive, but you'll never doubt we're worth it. Want to know anything in particular?
Do the charges special...
Bull doesn't want us large enough to work as an army. We're better as shock troops to skirmishers. We've got archers for hitting enemy infantry, Dalish with more archery, and Rocky handles fortifications and traps, and Stitches keeps us off. I'll lead the frontline fighters with Grim, and the Chief goes wherever he can hit something.
Are there rules for...
If you don't want some noble to treat you like... There's also a code of conduct most companies hold to. Keeps things civil. We accept surrenders for ransom from mercenaries noble. Our prisoners are treated well, injuries tended. We'd want the same for any of ours who got captured.
You said something about everything from back...
Right. Sylvans. That's what... Some noble in the Dales, and they really don't like it when you call them Dalish. His family had abandoned the land, but he wanted it back. The Chief bought us all axes, and in we went. Between the axes and the torches, the Sylvans weren't too bad. Worst part was the squirrels. Your Worship?
Can you think of any other task?
Nothing jumps out at me. If I come up with any ideas, I'll let you know.
Can we talk about...
Certainly. What can I tell you?
Have you had any other...
Had one noble whose rival had been told by a fortune teller. The noble sent us after the rival. Not assassination, legal and everything, but we sewed them into shirts over our armor. Should have seen the Chief, all feathered up like the cock of the walk. Ended up retreating after all that. The rival choked to death a year later on a chicken bone.
We'll talk...
She's a rogue and a thief, and she'll tempt your fate. She would always like to say, why change the past when you can only stay? Today she will fight to keep her away. She's a rogue and a thief, and she'll tempt your fate.
If you say so.
What do you need?
Inquisitor.
And you are?
The bartender.
Just the bar...
You were expecting...
Well...
Thank you. Welcome to the tavern.
Where did you study?
In bartending? I'm no alchemist. You mix the I suppose I trained at home. Drink. My specialty is ale. Old Antivan recipe. The secret is...
What's the current move?
Willful.
What's the word out?
Well, they once wore, now talks, now fashionable hats. Now they've seen something shiny.
As you were.
Inquisitor?
As you were.
Inquisitor?
You've heard?
Of she who stands behind the throne.
And perhaps casts a shadow across it.
Nobility do not properly understand the word.
Of course.
Hey you, I have an Inquisitor favor to ask. Just a little thing, really. A little march around for some of your people. It's nothing for you, right?
All right, let's...
Jump right in, huh? It's a Red Jenny thing. I got a tip that some noble stiffs are arguing over They're getting little people beat up. So I need you to go to your big...
Just walk through.
Just walk through. Easy, right?
Was this a tip from one of...
Not a Jenny. Just normal angry people getting sick of being... I don't usually hear about things this far away. They're having bigger ears, I guess. Shut up.
Who's asking for this?
I'm asking, because I heard people complaining. See, when nobles fight, it's not that. It's like a polite war. So no... Stuff like this is always happening. Good sovereigns to be made if you're one of the few who notice.
All right, Sarah.
It's fun, right? Being important without doing... Not everything has to be torn skies and ancient arseholes. Demon armies and wardens, and Varric has exactly who we need. The big talker just knows everything.
So, you like to have fun?
What do you mean? To help people.
We both know that'd be easier to believe if you were a totally different person.
Not everything is maybe that's it. There's all this Andraste stuff going on, but it's fuzzy. I want to see if it's all... So I'm selfish. It's all for me. Count yourself lucky, I guess.
Tell me about your...
What about me?
You're not like most of the elves.
Thanks, right? Or was that an insult? Like that's soulless, right? Never be as good as we were. Well, who's we? I'm just fine.
There's a lot of tradition there.
Your great-grandfather's dead. Why aren't you dead?
That makes sense.
None of it does in the city. That's why I'm not like an elf.
You're skilled.
No one.
That seems unlikely.
What? I picked it up here and there. Mostly it just makes sense. It's not like that for you.
It never occurred to you that doing what you do should...
Well, yeah. Not like Cullen and his pets. I mean, you miss, then you don't.
Is it an elf thing?
Most I know couldn't find an arrows. Right. Maybe I just make it look easy and Where would I find one in alleyways, anyway?
How about the basics?
Erelden.
I got that from the accent.
All over? Okay, fine. Denerim for a bit. South, north, wherever I want.
There are no connections you want to...
Nope.
How very Kunari of you.
What?
Never mind.
Good, right?
We'll talk later.
If you say... Something on?
You apparently have a lot of friends. Tell me about your...
It's not mine, right? Everyone who wants to shove it to nobles who hide behind gold and silk. And hats, I guess. Dunno.
Don't you care?
And besides, it's easy. No... Numbers, right? It don't have to be so complicated.
Doesn't this mean people think you're guilty of more than you actually...
Suppose.
Isn't it?
Important people kill over imagined insults. I've made more than enough real ones, so no.
Are you just about pranks and revenge?
Well, it's a weave, right? I grease a ballroom, so a wyvern chasing Git has to hunt sprained. Strangely, handmade. His heirlooms pay off someone else. Maybe clean streets in Kirkwall. Pish, pish, pish. A lot of people eventually get help or a laugh. Or maybe someone dead, if they deserve it.
So who decides who does?
Look, Dukey cuts the stable boy's finger off for snagging a biscuit. He's eating an arrow for tea. Most times, it's just fun. And anyway, assassin's a bard's job. No fun, that lot. They might plonk a noble, right? But plus, I'm shy at singing.
Where are the people you
If I knew, they wouldn't be much use. Look, unless your baddies are rocks or trees, they have people they use. Yeah, I know. Wipers, right? You better believe the one with Well, anyway. The little people will be there when you need them, in a million little ways.
Seems like there's no way the people who contribute could even know.
Don't need to. Maybe some ask for a target, a note like. I did something and something happened. Probably not Herald. Anyway, sometimes I don't even do anything and people think I did, because free payday. And free blame right. But whatever.
I can play along if it works.
You have a choice. Hail the Inquisition.
We'll talk another time.
It's all good. Something on?
Sarah, I don't think you're fitting in the way we need.
Not fitting? Are you daft? No, not people. Just me. I get it.
When you put it that way,
Bloody well right it would be. End of the world. Don't need me. Whatever. I bring everyone.
are things playing out the way you...
Cassandra laid it out, right? You're the big hat now. Gonna make everything the way it should. Praying's nice, I suppose.
Corypheus.
Griffin.
Corypheus.
Sack Splash. I know his name. Doesn't deserve the respect of me saying it, does he?
What do you think about...
Again, with your people. Right, which ones?
Thoughts on Iron Bull?
It makes me wonder about... I mean, what did their women look like? Woof. Not as buttoned up as she plays, right? Tough, though. I'd stand behind her.
What about Sol?
Solus? His head's crammed up 1,000 years.
Anything to say about...
Varric? Too clever. Always saying something, but never saying it straight.
Any thoughts about...
He's too good, right? I'd like to see him out of that uniform. Not like that.
What about Dor...
He's fun. Could lose a bit more to Vinter.
What about
I'm not saying nothing about that. That thing is just wrong.
What's your opinion of...
She's a bitch, but she knows. She better.
What do you think about us?
Liliana is pretty in places. Swear I've seen her too. Or heard she used to... Now Josephine, she's as good at humbling her kind as I am. And Cullen. I suppose if you want a jackboot, you get a big one so you can grow it.
We'll talk later.
Good.
I suppose you're right.
I hope I can help somehow. Maybe cleaning?
Oh, Inquisitor, I joined. I saw some bandits, so I came to warn people.
I hope I can help somehow. Maybe...
Have you seen other wives?
Well, let me know if you find it.
There is no other man. He becomes the other man to do the things he can't.
I've heard about some oddities here in the...
Yes, maybe. What was it?
Someone is leaving peeled plums on the...
Spiders need to eat.
Stop causing trouble around Skyhold. You're upsetting people. I don't...
You won't. He hunts the killer, but he's the one who killed her. He can't remember.
I'd like to talk with you about...
I don't understand it. A dagger can be a way to let pain out, but the Inquisition isn't real unless it has something real to make it.
I'll talk to you...
How do you...
Who would...
Good day.
Welcome
I
back.
hope I can help. I hope I can help.
Could be better. You all right, sir?
Of course.
Have you seen other wives?
It's just what I have. She knows they're going to kill her. Can only save what's important. Precious space to remember her smile.
I've heard about...
Yes. Maybe. What was it?
Some...
Spiders need to eat.
Let's talk about something...
All right.
The servants are having trouble remembering some odd events.
They were safer there. All right.
I hear you've been busy. Can I assume you're responsible?
They don't smell the same, Raw. All right.
I'd like to talk...
Adapt. The Inquisition isn't real unless it has something real to make it.
I'll talk to you...
We'll make good use of it. Thank you.
From Haven's fire come we, the able troop, to Skyhold now.
Something like that.
Inquisitor, a title hard. Forgive me my distraction. My name is Merideth, a humble bard.
Are you a bard like...
Oh, heavens no. I hope my skills will help in some small way.
What do you bring to...
A simple thing that you know well. Inquisitor, perhaps I'll also make a coin or two.
Carry on then.
Oh, I will do...
Yes, sir.
Hey,
I should go...
The spiderwebs help stop the bleeding.
Inquisitor, huh? Well, speaking of which, when you've got a second, there's something I want to show you.
What did you want me to...
Here, come on.
Why am I dressed like this?
You'll see. Come on. It'll be worth your time, I promise. Evening. Iron Bull. My merc band just joined up.
Tanner. I'm from Jader. Well, near Jader.
Mira. I was guard captain for Lady Pendel. Signed on after shit blew up at the Conclave. Share a drink? Who's your friend?
This is Grim. He doesn't talk much.
They treating you all right out here?
Seen worse.
Hey, Graham. Do I know you from somewhere?
So, you ready to kill some demons? Or Venatori, or whatever that Corypheus asshole is?
This isn't just about killing. We're helping the Inquisitor save the world and build the next empire.
Well, long as I get paid, I'm happy. That's why I signed up.
I just couldn't spend my whole life on a farm. Needed to live a little, you know.
What about you, Mira? Why'd you join up? I thought you were serving some noble.
I saw what happened at Haven. The Inquisitor staring. I don't sing the chant of light as much as I should. But you...
Well, Grim and I should find our tents. Thanks for the drink. I know every soldier under my command. You don't have that option, but a few faces might help.
You made it sound like you didn't like the Inquisition.
People don't always tell the truth when you're polite. You've got to poke them a bit.
It was good to get their perspective.
Yeah. Sounds like we could use an easy win for boys like Tanner. And vets like Mira have seen enough to be wary. You've got a good army coming along. Remember that. No matter what comes next.
I can keep staring at this, but I won't get any closer.
Something I can help you with?
Yes. Possibly. You recall the demon at We never found the real Lord. Indeed, I've seen no hint of any Seekers amongst the... I have a growing suspicion Corypheus has imprisoned them.
Why imprisoned?
Not easy, but yes. Yet a demon of envy does not kill whomever it replaces. There must be a trail we can follow, yet so far I have only discovered hints.
But they could have ended up just like...
Seekers do not... I assume Corypheus gained control of the Templars by corrupting the lyric. To do the same to a Seeker, you'd have to force... That may be what happened. But we're missing a piece of the puzzle, Inquisitor. I need to find it.
Finding them obviously means a lot to you.
I left the Order. I cannot even claim that rescuing them would be beneficial. But even so, if we can spare resources to follow up on the...
Oh.
How are the rescue efforts? Have they found anyone alive?
Excavation is slow, as you can imagine.
Crestwood has had no further trouble with the undead.
After what happened, it will take time for the village to recover.
Let us begin. Inquisitor.
To work? have to reach the Empress before Corypheus. The only question is, how?
We know how. I have our way in. The real question is, where is our enemy hiding? At the urging of Grand Duchess Florian, the Empress is holding a ball. Absolutely everyone will be there. During the festivities, Celine will be meeting for peace talks with the usurper Duke Gaspard and Ambassador Briala.
The assassin must be hiding within one of these factions.
Do we need to go to the peace talks? The Empress must have personal guards.
We've made the attempt, but...
It seems that our messages never reached her.
It's better that we don't leave this to chance. If Orlais falls to Corypheus, no land is safe.
What do we know about
the man who would have been emperor? He's Celine's cousin, and was first in line to... Celine outmaneuvered him. She won over the Council of... She became empress, and he a general in the... He's also a chevalier. Most of their numbers sided with him when he turned on the empress.
Aren't the chevaliers part of the army?
Most chevaliers are sworn to serve the crown, but that... The Empress has tried to improve relations with Ferelden and Navarra. The Chevalier... They believe Gaspard could lead the Empire back to the glory of Draken's expansion years.
Who is this
An ambassador in name only. She has organ... The Empress invited her to the peace talks in... That would be scandal enough, without the rumor that... A personal grudge and a network of saboteurs at her command. Promising lead.
Wait, the Elven leader is a...
It's not widely known. Just a rumor. If it's true and where to get out. The Empress, and even if a lie, Briala could use it to blackmail the Empress. She has some connection to the throne.
Tell me everything we know.
Empress Celine is a renowned... She works tirelessly to secure peace for the Empire. She has yet to name an heir, leaving the future of the Empire, especially when the next in line is her cousin Gaspard, who's made...
Celine is surrounded at all times by count... What better place for an assassin to hide than the Empress's own household?
How can Gaspard still be next in line while he...
The title Grand Duke indicates that he was a prince before the Empress took the throne.
You've given me plenty to...
With Gaspard and Celine's armies entrenched.
My agents will ensure your soldiers get inside.
Understood. Just give the word. We'll begin.
The political situation in Halam Shiral hangs by a thread. The Empress fears our presence could sever it. The Grand Duke is only too happy to have us at the ball as his guests, so our invitation comes from him. Whether we act as his allies or upset the balance of power, he gains an opportunity, if not a clear advantage.
Inquisitor Trevelyan, we meet at last. I've heard so much about you. Bringing the Templars into your ranks was not just a brilliant military move, but a clever political ploy as well. Imagine what the Inquisition could accomplish with the full support of the rightful Emperor of Orlais.
Which one was the rightful one again? I keep getting them confused.
If we keep watch, he may appear. Probably by the brandy. I am not a man who forgets his friends, Inquisitor. You help me, I'll help you. Prepared to shock the Assembly by appearing as the guest of a hateful usurper, my lord? They will be telling stories of this into the next age.
I can't imagine that crowd has seen anything better than us in their entire lives.
I knew we would get along famously, Inquisitor. As a friend, perhaps there is a matter you could undertake this evening. This elven woman, Briala, I suspect that she intends to disrupt the negotiations. My people have found these ambassadors all over the fortifications. Sabotage seems the least of their crimes.
Tell me there's more to your suspicion than the elves were acting dodgy.
That Ambassador Briala used to be a servant of Celine's. That is, until my cousin had her arrested for crimes against the Empire to cover up a political mistake. If anyone in this room wishes Celine harm, Inquisitor, it's that elf. She certainly has reason. Be as discreet as possible. I detest the game. But if we do not play it well, our enemies will make us look like villains. We're keeping the court waiting, Inquisitor. Shall we?
Is that the Inquisitor?
What? Emartia? Don't be absurd.
One of the Trevellians, I've heard.
There must...
Pardon me, my lord. You haven't seen our... It was a gift from the Countess Montbelliard. Enchanted by the Fomari.
Is this ring...
It's worth in... It was a gift from a member of the... She will never forgive me. Not even if I live to be 1,000 years old.
That's a terrible...
If the Countess fight, should you happen upon it... What am I going to do if I cannot find my ring? You are a treasure! You have saved me a lifetime of...
Lady Nightingale makes me nervous.
Is that the Inquisitor?
Emma. The Maker has an odd sense.
What is Lady Pentecost wearing?
Do you mind? We don't wish to be disturbed.
Interesting.
Any word from the front lines?
My spies said the bodies were beyond counting.
Surely the Empress will put an end to the war tonight.
Pray, my friend. If the Maker does not hear us now, just pray.
Are all the Delancey's here?
Maker, I hope not.
Lady Nightingale makes me nervous.
It's been too long since I've had any word from Valois.
Inquisitor, a moment, if you please. I'm sure you know how to handle most nobility, but the game, it is no simple matter of etiquette and protocol. Every word, every gesture is measured and evaluated for weakness.
I'll keep my guard up. Don't worry.
The game is like Wicked Grace played to the death. You must... When you meet the Empress, the eyes of the entire court, you are safer staring down Corypheus.
Might be a good idea for the others. Cassandra is usually not the subtle...
I'll have a few... Everything will be fine. Andraste, watch over us all.
Interesting.
It will take some time to get our men into the palace. I'll alert you when we're ready.
This dress uniform is preposterous. Formal armor would have been better.
Good to know.
How can they call this a vest?
Interesting. I had no idea.
Can Gaspar take the throne without the backing of the Council of Heralds?
He plans to take it by force.
How
If
could the
council
Emperors
won't
afford to
recognize
renovate the palace
he'll
without
march
war
against
going on?
I heard that it wasn't renovations at all. The palace was damaged by Gaspar's catapults.
He fired on the Winter Palace? That's monstrous.
I had hoped to tour the Royal Wing Gardens again.
I have heard they are the finest in the Empire. It's such a pity the wing's sealed. I heard Celine was having the entire wing redecorated. But the timing is
Is there any progress on the Helmi expedition to Amgarak?
House Dace remains steadfast in blocking all attempts to get into the Tig.
Who does Orzammar favor in the negotiations tonight?
King Aduke has put considerable pressure on the Empress and hopes the trading footsteps will resume quickly. How has the lyrium trade dropped off so sharply?
With so much fighting, demand should be higher.
I can hardly believe Gaspar and Celine are in the same room.
Grand Duchess Florian must have worked a miracle to get them here.
The guest wing is not open to the public at this time, Inquisitor.
Gaspar never struck me as pious. He must think he gains military advantage with the Inquisition.
How long can Orzammar hold out with trade disrupted? We have reserves of food. Why are there so many elves here?
The Empress invited.
What is Gaspar up to? Wouldn't surprise me if it were to say years.
I heard the Grand Duke invited the Inquisition.
And now presenting Grand Duke Gaspard de Chalon,
And accompanying him, Lord Inquisitor Trevelyan, son of Ban Trevelyan of Ostwick. Shepherd and leash of the Wayward Order of Templars, purger the heretics from the ranks of the faithful.
This guy writes better fiction than I do.
Champion of the Blessed Andraste herself.
Did you see their faces? Priceless.
Accompanying the Inquisitor, Seeker, Cassandra, Allegra, Portia, Calogera, Philomena.
Get on with it.
Pantagast, 14th cousin to the King of Navarra, 9 times removed. Hero of Orlais, right hand of the divine. Renowned author, Theric Dethras.
Cousin, my dear sister.
Grand Duke, we are always honored when your presence graces our court.
Don't waste my time with pleasantries, Celine. We have business to conclude.
We will meet for the negotiations up.
Inquisitor?
Lord Inquisitor, we welcome you to the Winter Palace. Allow us to present our cousin, the Grand Duchess of Leeds, without whom this gathering would never have been possible.
What an unexpected pleasure. I was not aware the Inquisition would be part of our festivities. We will certainly speak later, Inquisitor.
Your arrival at court is like a cool wind on a summer's day.
I'm delighted to be here, Your Majesty.
We have heard much of your exploits, Inquisitor. They have made grand tales for long evenings. How do you find Haram Shiral?
I've never seen anything to equal the Winter Palace.
We hope you will find time to take in some of its beauties. Feel free to enjoy the pleasures of the ballroom, Inquisitor. We look forward to watching you dance.
Inquisitor, a word when you have a moment.
Tell me, Yvette, how are Mama and Papa?
It's true. The Templars have returned to the faith. We can hope this is a sign of things to come.
You always take her side. Happen to think, as she does, you might attend.
Makes me nervous.
Josephine! Oh, Josephine! Inquisitor, please allow me to present to you my younger sister, Yvette Gabriella Montillier.
Delighted to meet you.
Inquisitor, I've heard so much. Josephine writes, is it true you found the Red Templars sacrificing... Yvette! Everyone in Antiva City is saying so. Is it true?
There was dark magic there, yes, but...
Oh. That's quite enough, Yvette. Really.
This may be my only chance.
Oh, yes. Yvette. Fine. No. She wants to... Absolutely. She still plays with a doll? Yvette. That's...
Which power should the Inquisition...
Celine has held the throne successfully for years. Gaspard has run military campaigns, but never a kingdom. His transition would be, let us say, chaotic.
Tell me about yourself, Lady Yvette.
She would forget to mention the artists. You should be proud, Josie. Have you actually sat... I must wait. And I must wait for your tutor's bills.
Enjoying the ball.
I see many. The dancing is so dull, Your Worship. Yvette. Sorry, Josie.
Go on, Josephine.
Cafe Royal must be empty. So many. They've noticed the Empress paying you special attention. This uncertainty won't last long, I'm afraid.
Which power should...
Celine has held the throne. Gaspard has run military campaigns, but never a kingdom.
I'll see you...
Another time.
can speak later, Inquisitor.
You must dance with me, Commander. Please. Inquisitor, did you need something? The sooner we track down this infiltrator, the better.
Have you noticed anything?
Not yet. It would be easier. Other people. Not you.
You have any advice?
Orlesian's social. There are a few here we can trust. Be careful.
Who do you think the...
Gaspad's claim to the... Orlais needs someone capable of responding to the crisis at hand. A military-minded leader seems the best option.
You've attracted a following.
I don't know, but they won't leave me alone.
I take it you're not...
At this point, the headache I'm developing is preferable.
We'll talk.
I await.
It's been too long since I've had any word from Valois. We can only hope Celine smiles tonight. You're so handsome, Winona. I still remember the day they came to tell me.
Good. I was hoping I would catch you. What did the Duke say?
He points the finger at Ambassador Briala.
The ambassador is up to something, but she can't be our focus. The best place to strike at Celine is from her side. Empress Celine is fascinated by mysticism, foreseeing the future, speaking with the dead, that sort of rubbish. She has an occult advisor, an apostate who charmed the Empress and key members of the court as if by magic. I've had dealings with her in the past. She is ruthless and capable of anything.
How can Celine openly keep an apostate in the Imperial Court?
The Imperial Court has always had an official position for... Vivian was the first to turn that appointment. When the Circles rebelled, technically every mage became an apostate. The word lost much of its strength.
You think she's controlling the minds of the court? That's powerful.
She's worth investigating. Can't... Both leads point toward the guest. I'll coordinate with our spies to see if I can find anything better.
Leave us.
The package is in the guest wing. Upper room.
The one of the garden. Statuette.
I do adore the heady blend of power, intrigue, danger, and sex that permeates these events.
You seem more comfortable with a Grand Orleans.
I have seen countless such displays. The powerful have always been the same. Only the costumes change.
Have you seen an...
No, sadly. I do not have the... I wonder how masked men live their lives. If you want to find something useful, I would pay attention to what the servants do.
Have you encountered it?
The Orlesians do not quite know. I have kept to myself. The food and drink are excellent, however. And the servants...
I'll be back.
And what?
We don't have a reliable report on him.
Interesting. Good to know.
Gaspar is wasting his time. Nothing he does could win over the Council of Heroes. Should have considered that before threatening.
You don't want to be here, stranger.
He hasn't made the pickup. It's been hours.
You went into the servants' wing. Nobody's come out of there all night.
I'll tell Briala we have a situation.
Quickly! We can't leave the Delancers this long without drinks.
Did you hear what Gaspar said to Duke Germain? His own uncle.
Germain bore his nephew's spite better than the rest of the council. Did you see that panicked...
Well, well. What's this?
Did I see you talking to Duke Cyril de Montfort?
I was merely being polite. Unlike some people.
Don't give me that. I've seen the way. This way is closed. Please, use the main entrance to the ballroom.
Philippe should have returned hours ago, dallying with some serving girl while I deal with Gaspar's vitriol.
I can't imagine Gaspard being vitriolic. What's the...
The Grand Duke bears a grudge against the Council for... He's threatened death if they refuse him again. Collective...
Talking to you until we get home.
Fine by me.
Did you hear what Gaspar said to Duke Germain? His own uncle.
Germain bore his nephew's spite better than the rest of the council. Did you see that panic?
Philippe should have returned hours ago, dallying with some serving girl while I deal with Gaspar's...
Awfully selfish of this Philippe.
I've half a mind to inform the Dowager. That would teach him to shirk his duty. The night of all nights, leaving me to convey Gaspar. Thank you for listening to me, Ran.
Gaspar is wasting his time. Nothing he does could win over the Council of Heroes.
He should have considered that before threatening to burn them all in their homes.
Well, that's useful. Might be something here. Better take a closer look.
Well, well, the Inquisitor. Here as a guest of my nephew, no less. I'm curious.
What can you tell me?
If you're hoping for... It's war. It is brutal, and terrible, and sometimes necessary.
Have you noticed anything strange?
My niece Florian hasn't spoken to me all evening. That's not like her.
I didn't know the Grand Duke was your...
He's my brother's eldest boy. Always a... He was raised a prince. All his life. What else should he do with his life, if not fight for his destiny?
Another time.
I don't like that Grand Duke. Nobody should own as many hunting.
My lord! My lord!
May we have a word? The Empress has sent us with a message for you.
How can I be certain this...
We three wear the masks of House.
They signify that we are...
They are also extremely fashionable.
I'm always honored to...
Oh, she is the honored one.
Empress Celine is eager to assist the...
She will pledge her full support to the Inquisition as soon as the usurper Gaspard is defeated.
It's a generous offer.
The Empress believes wholeheartedly that the Inquisition is our best hope.
She looks forward to... As soon as Gaspard... But we have taken enough of your time.
Please, enjoy.
Boring.
I didn't expect the Inquisitor to be so delightful.
We can only hope Celine prevails tonight. Gaspard will ruin us all.
Have you heard from your nephew? Where has that servant
Not
gone?
since his regiment joined the
Elves,
fighting.
always shirking their duties. What is Lady Pentecost wearing?
You must be mistaken.
No, I'm quite certain it was blood on the tiles.
If they're playing the game, they're not doing it very well. You don't leave evidence if you play to win.
With Gaspard and that elf woman here, the only one playing to win is Celine.
You only say that because you fancy the Empress's pet apostate. It sickens me to think of the chaos those Maleficarum are causing across the Empire.
Even you cannot deny that the Templars abandoned the faithful in their darkest hour. How can you condone that? They are the ones who should be brought to heel, if you ask me. This is a private conversation.
My apologies. I didn't mean to bother. Gentlemen.
Inquisitor.
If I heard correctly, you'd like to stop the rebel mages.
We have had enough of the pyres and the raids and the... My steward will contact your ambassador. I have skilled people...
Gentlemen.
Enjoy the ball, Inquisitor. I will...
Waste of time. Might be something here. Better take a closer look. Well, that's useful.
Lady Nightingale makes me nervous. Lady Nightingale makes me nervous.
Gaspard is wasting his time. Nothing he does could win over.
I don't like that, Grand Duke. Nobody should rise when he's hunting down his heroes.
Burn them all in their homes.
If I have to clean up another puddle.
Good evening, Inquisitor.
I don't like that, Grand Duke. Nobody should rise when he's hunting down his heroes.
Inquisitor, are you enjoying the ball? I am Lady Marcelette, court historian to Her Imperial Majesty.
What exactly does a court...
I am responsible for the historical records of the court.
Are you here to chronicle...
Oh, yes! This, even if, Maker forbid, the talk should fail.
Good evening.
Another...
Did you hear what Gaspard said to Duke Germain? His own uncle.
Germain bore his nephew's spite better than the rest of the council.
I am not
Did you
talking
see
to
that
you until
panic
we get
attaché
home.
roaming about?
This way is closed. Please, use the main entrance to the ballroom. I am not talking to you until we get home.
Fine by me.
We can only hope Celine prevails tonight. Gaspard will ruin us all.